What level are you?
Like 160 something? Yeah, 164. Is my mic on? Yes. Sorry, I couldn't remember. I've gone like 2 hours without ever turning my mic on before, so. That took like a gel tablet earlier, and it just barely like cracked open, because now that's all I can smell and taste.
I am 220 on my first character. I never stopped leveling, lol.
God, these dogs are bad. Those are some bad puppers. Those are rough. I'm only not level 200 because I haven't done everything I could have. And I think I lost like over 1,000,000 souls several times in chalices just because I don't ever save them. Bloodborne, I don't really care about them once I have 99 vitality. It's the only stat that matters for your blood vials. Everything else you'll get eventually, because blood gems exist. It's not like Dark Souls where your damage relies upon your weapon being leveled up and scaling. In this game, you don't need a lot of scaling, you just need the weapon to be leveled up and have good blood gems in it. Is really the main source of your damage. Trust me, it's overkill even when you have the minimum amount of stats to wield something. Even the threaded cane, I showed it in my earlier on, like a couple days ago.
Yeah, the school like the Ludwig's is only 200 damage at 10.
I'm not even just talking about Ludwig's. I started with the threaded cane, and I didn't have like over 20 skill until I was like more than halfway through the game, and even then I haven't gone that much over that since getting to 99 vitality. And I would hit bosses for 800 to 1,000 damage on an R2 with the threaded cane. Of course, I was using buffs and beast blood pellets. Certain bosses, the cane, for whatever reason, generates so much beast blood pellet that you can actually get it to maximum before the boss fight is over. The one Reborn specifically is one of my favorite bosses to fight with the threaded cane. It just sucks you only get to fight it once per playthrough, and that they don't have it reappear. Oh wait, did I even... I don't think I even grabbed the special chest. Also, a good portion of my souls went into maxing out blood vials and stuff like that early, so... Oh my.
I only really even got into From Software games in April last year. Since then I play almost all the Dark Souls and Sekiro.
Bloodborne is my favorite of the bunch. And that's coming from a person who played Demon Souls before Dark Souls came out. And I'm not using that as a bragging thing. I played it at my cousin's house and had no idea that fucking 15... well, yeah, almost... No, more like 11 years. Sorry. 11 years later, that game's franchise would be one of the more popular third-person action games. To the point where now people call any third-person action game that comes out with remotely similar mechanics a Souls-like.
Never played Demon Souls, LOL.
It's more like Bloodborne than any of the others, but still a Souls game. Like, if you played a Souls game, that's Demon Souls. It's just Demon Souls has faster, weirder animations, except on big weapons, where it's, like, overly exaggerated, even more than in the other games, so it's like a weird in-between. Like, weapons like the club in Demon Souls are just stupid fast R1 masher weapons, where it's equivalent to a straight sword in, like, DS3, where it's just left, right, left, right, left, right, and it's just instant, but even faster in Demon Souls. Demon Souls also had broken items in it, which is why Dark Souls and all of those games don't have broken good items in it. And I mean broken good items as in useful utility. Demon Souls had the Regenerator's Ring and a shield that regenerated your health, and you could make items, Blessed, I think it was called in Demon Souls. It wasn't divine. It was like blessed or something like that, and that regenerated health over time, like Dark Souls 3. But that health over time was so good. It was literally, you could just, anytime you took damage from an enemy, you just let your character sit there for probably 10 seconds and you'd be at near max health again. But Demon Souls had way worse side effects that you could be put under, like plague and stuff like that. People who would use the scraping spear and basically delete all your gear. The scraping spear was an item in Demon Souls that dealt durability damage on hit. And it dealt a lot of durability damage on hit. Like 3 hits and your shit was broken. It was ridiculous. And what's funny is that they have like 3... They have like 3 main weapons in that game, which all have like a bullshit mechanic associated with them. But it's what made Demon Souls unique. Demon Souls was when From Software was treating Demon Souls as if it was kind of more of an third-person extension of the Kingsfield games. And that's why Demon Souls was a lot more about gods, whereas Dark Souls and stuff like that is more about like demons and more traditional kind of shit, in a way. And that kind of is what has led up to Elden Ring, where it's like they fully went full fantasy now. It's no longer like half fantasy, like medieval fantasy, but not like elves and orcs. It's like a mid-ground fantasy. It's a weird in-between. I'm not that excited for Elden Ring just because I didn't think Sekiro was that great of a game. But I also haven't played Sekiro. I just watched people play it. But I'm also not a person who gets a lot of fun out of, like, deflection mechanics. Just watching people play it just makes me not want to play it. Like, there is almost nothing about it that is interesting to me combat-wise. Neo has way better combat than the Souls games, in my opinion.
Technical kinda with deflections.
A lot of people hate me for saying that I like Neo's combat more than Souls games, because some people feel that Neo's combat feels cheap. But I'm like, so does Dark Souls. Dark Souls is a game where you don't get nearly as much bullshit that works with you than the enemy gets that works with them. It's way more beneficial for an enemy to mindlessly run at you and do some bullshit in Dark Souls than it is in Neo. Because in Neo, you can straight up just flatline most of the yokai with different skills and stuff like that. It's not even that hard. But yeah, I don't think Sekiro is a bad game per se. It's just not my... It's not the kind of game I like in a game like this. I'm not a full-blown action game person. I'm an RPG person. And the more you take the RPG out of the game, it ruins it for me. That's why I don't like Dark Souls 3. Because Dark Souls 3 honestly has less RPG in it than fucking Bloodborne does. Bloodborne has more weapon customization, more meaningful weapons, more meaningful stats if you're actually trying to make a low-level build, because that will actually determine your damage significantly, especially if you're doing arcane stuff.
Yo.
But I don't respect it the same way in Dark Souls, because Dark Souls magic is just... or... whoosh. That's Dark Souls magic, and it's just, although it's visually appealing in some cases, I think Dark Souls magic is honestly almost cheaper than Elder Scrolls magic. Just because in Elder Scrolls at least you get weird spells that do cool shit. But in Dark Souls, the coolest weird spells get nerfed into the oblivion to the point of not even existing in future games. Like Undead Rapport in Dark Souls 1. You get mechanics that are completely forgot about, that could be cool, that would be awesome to use for certain situations, but just don't work on 90% of anything because no one gave a fuck to implement it properly. Some guys spent like a week making the programming for it work, and then they were like, yeah, but we can't really put this in half of the game. We're kind of busy fucking drag and drop clicking dragon butts into Lost Izalith to meet the deadline.
Lol.
Again, I'm not trying to badmouth From Software games. If I didn't like them a lot, I wouldn't be playing them. Also, what's up, New Blitz?
Same though I don't know what it is, but DS3 doesn't compare to Bloodborne.
Yeah, I met this French guy when I was playing with my friend Hyro. And that guy was like...
polished, I don't know.
And he was like, Dark Souls 3 is easier than Bloodborne. And I'm like, is it really though? I'm like, I feel like in a normal Bloodborne playthrough, unless you're a complete idiot and just suicide to enemies and don't ever use your dodge button, I feel like you're going to die way more in a Dark Souls 3 playthrough. Because Dark Souls 3 is more meticulously set up to just kill you over and over again, with even the most basic enemy in one of the first areas of the game. You can go watch clips of people who never played a Dark Souls game, who go and try and play Dark Souls 3, and they die to the enemies in the tutorial area. They don't even get to the first actual area, to the Wall of Lothric, to fight a Lothric Knight, which then is normally the player's next brick wall. Like, that game is so abhorrently balanced, and is such just like a grab at the definition of artificial difficulty that I don't even want to replay it. The DLC is one of the worst DLCs that has ever existed, and I think I'm one of the only people with that opinion. I think the Ring City, not only did it kill the lore of Dark Souls, because everything that went on in Dark Souls world didn't matter because it was all an illusion anyways, sort of shit. It's just, like, that game borderlined on Bloodborne moments, where it's like, is this a nightmare?
DS3 in the beginning area made me stop playing for a couple days, dude.
Yeah. No, it's terribly designed. The guy who did the balancing for fucking Dark Souls 3 should be absolutely ashamed. Even Dark Souls 2 has better pacing. Even though Dark Souls 2 is just generally slower, so it takes a while. But it's still better pacing. Wow, I hit him for 1,000 damage with the R2. It's ridiculous. Yeah, no, I absolutely cannot stand DS3 and people who defend it as somehow being easier than Bloodborne. Bloodborne is so much easier. Bloodborne is you walk up to an enemy.
Long enough to get the platinum in Sekiro laughing.
Bloodborne is such an easier version of a Souls game that 90% of the enemies that you encounter in the game, you can just do this to kill them. You don't even need to do anything else. You just do this. They can't do anything. They're not going to be able to react to you. Only later game enemies and enemies in the chalices that have active super armor on abilities will ever be able to do anything about it. Which, again, I just find hilarious that there are people out there who think that that is somehow more difficult than a game that literally punishes you for moving, which is Dark Souls 3. You move in the wrong direction in that game, and enemies will stun lock you to death. You have full Havels on, get stun locked by rats in a cave in NG+, because there's nothing you can do, dude. There is actually nothing you can fucking do. And it's like, even in Bloodborne, you can dodge after taking a hit almost immediately. Unless it was like a big hit. Also, I have no idea where the hell the switch is here. I'm apparently a moron.
How can anyone say DS3 is easier Fargo?
Yeah. And the guy who was in the party with me, he just kept saying over and over and over again, respect my opinion, dude. Respect my opinion. Because he didn't...
by the fact that Bloodborne feels smoother and more polished.
I won't even necessarily say Bloodborne feels smoother. The attacks are just better designed, making the combat feel smoother. Dark Souls 3, 80% of the animations are what's the word for it? Reappropriated or whatever, reused attacks from DS1 with a little bit of animation smoothing and some extra frames added onto it to make it look nicer. But they're the same animations. You chicken shits. They were being baiters. Because Bloodborne definitely lags way more than DS3 does. I will 1000% admit that. But the other thing I will admit is Bloodborne has one of the best frame smoothing things for when a game is lagging of any game I've ever seen. In Bloodborne, when the game lags, it just looks like the game is in slow motion. In Borderlands 3, when the game lags, the game is like... and the game looks like it's going to visually die. And that, to me, is more impressive than anything else. Is that even though the game lags, it still stays smooth looking. It doesn't get all jagged and hitchy and weird. So many modern games get like that, where they get all hitchy and disgusting and hard to look at when the game is lagging. This game isn't hard to look at when it's lagging. It just looks like someone took the YouTube thing and put it down to the lowest setting. The animations are just better, though. One of the things that I was showing my friend Ricky the other day is that in this game, one of the things that almost all the weapons do is you step forward a lot with each attack. With the threaded cane, you actually step 2 steps forward. And this allows for so much more combat fluidity than you would actually think. Because it's not even that the animations are smoother. It's just they have more programming put into the way the animations link up. So, like with an R1, if you wait a second, you can see how your character will try to return to neutral, but if you press the button again, it will continue the combo. But it doesn't, like, skip the animation. Your character moves their hand back to the position it's supposed to be and then swings. Which is another thing about Bloodborne that, again, makes it feel smoother, but it's really just more animation polishing. The game uses the same exact engine as DS3. There is even stuff in the files of DS3 originally that was just Bloodborne assets. Like the saw cleaver, I believe, was in the DS3 files and stuff like that. Of course, it didn't swing like the saw cleaver from Bloodborne because they used different programming for Dark Souls type attacks, but and that's why, again,
the same engine? I never would be known.
All Dark Souls games are made on the same engine. All Souls games are, even Sekiro. It's just they update and upgrade the engine. Bloodborne actually has the fucked up version of DS2's engine before they remade DS2. And that's why Bloodborne has that terrible frame rate issue. But Bloodborne luckily didn't have like whatever visual problem they started having with DS2 that caused them to have to rebuild the entire game. Because DS2 was originally going to look like Bloodborne in terms of visual quality. You can go and look up the original, I think if you search like Dark Souls 2 2014 comparison or something like that, you can look up a video that is a comparison of what the original Dark Souls 2 looked like before they had to rebuild it. And like the area where there's that skeleton dragon head in the middle of the room, and you like walk by it and it animates, that area was going to be lit like the church in Bloodborne, where the light was going to come in through the windows with God rays, and it was going to be really good looking. And if you go and look at what the dragon area was supposed to look like in Dark Souls 2 on the original Dark Souls 2 version, it was fucking amazing. The particle effects reminded me of the Bloodborne chalices that have the sandstorm effect, but then you have all the dragons flying around, and the colors are like weirdly tan shifted because you're so high in the air and shit. It looked amazing. and compared that to the actual finished version of DS2 that had to be remade and shipped out, there's also stuff that you can see in the video graphically that never made it into the final version of DS2. The lighting that Bloodborne has was supposed to be in DS2 as well. DS3 was also supposed to have Bloodborne lighting, but they tuned it up a little bit to not make it as dark, because places like the Irithel dungeon would have been real annoying. But there are still places in the Irithel dungeon where it's almost like pitch black, like where there's that guy who's sitting on the wall and stuff like that. But yeah, there's a weird history with Dark Souls' engine, the Fire engine, as it's called, P-H-Y-R-E. The Fire engine is the engine that they used, and they have an in-house modified version of this engine, which obviously has certain middleware installed on it as well. A lot of people think of a game engine, and they're not thinking about the middleware that's also attached to that game engine, like Havoc, Physics, you have Speed Tree for foliage and stuff like that. You have, in the case of like Monster Hunter, you have like Umbra 3D. There's so many others too. There are sound companies that help do sound processing for certain game companies. So sometimes you also see those on the opening of video games. And some video games don't even put the extra middleware that they use in their game engine in the opening thing. Like EA's Frostbite engine doesn't load up and tell you it has 5 different middleware that it works with. Or it's not that it works with, that is... What's a better way to put it? Like, the game engine has parts of it in it that aren't their code. They're just using code from other developers who made a program that is a physics engine that you can apply to different things in video games, which is what the cloth physics are on the Bloodborne clothing and stuff like that. It's Havoc physics. It's why all video games have the same problem with clothing and the capes clipping through stuff, because a developer would have to go in and custom program the physics to not do that, and most developers don't want to go through that effort. So not only do they not buy their... not only do they not make their own code, but they also buy code from other companies and then kind of like jankily attach it to their engine like a plugin, kind of like an extension on a browser almost, but a little bit more seamlessly working together. It's not like a part of the core engine where like the gameplay is designed, but it's a part of the core engine in a sense where without Havoc being enabled, the clothing would just look stiff like in DS1. Which is weird because DS1 actually does have Havoc in it for the destruction of barrels and stuff like that. But they never activated the cloth physics because they had problems with frame rate on the PS3 and Xbox 360. Which was the same problem they ran into with DS2, because DS2 has progressive water, like, it has like hydration physics or whatever you want to call it, which is a part of Havoc as well. Which is like, if you didn't know, in DS2, if you like roll through a poison slime pit, your clothing will turn like a stained green color. And until that stained green color drips all the way off your armor, you'll take poison even if you're standing outside of the poison pit. Dark Souls 2 is going to have a lot of over-designed mechanics in it. A lot. For no good reason, really, other than just the fact that they could do it, and it wasn't Miyazaki who was directing the game. DS2 is like a fan game. In a weird way. Not a fan game in a sense where not like it wasn't programmed by the people who made it, but in the understanding of how the game design and the game philosophy works, was lost. But then again, Dark Souls 1 never had that great of game design philosophy. All of its game design philosophy excels in the first half of the game. The second you get past the first half of the game in Dark Souls 1, the game goes to dog shit. It goes to lack of designed levels with tons of copy and pasted enemies all over the place. Enemies that you may or may not already have encountered. Or in the case of like Dark Souls 1's DLC, just shoving overtly difficult enemies all over the place that can just 1- and 2-shot you with magic spells and other garbage like that. It's just bullshit. DS1, although is touted as being the best game, has arguably one of the worst designs because the game was not complete when it released. And they never completed it, and then they made DLC for an incomplete game. It's like Demon Souls. Demon Souls was also an incomplete game. There was an entire archstone in Demon Souls, which is like the game was supposed to be segmented into these archstones, which were all represented by a god in the game. And there's an entire area that never got designed that was supposed to have 4 levels in it, just like every other zone in Demon Souls. And they never finished it. The game never got any DLC. It's kind of bittersweet in a way because they're also not planning on ever remaking it or remastering it, despite the fact that there are a lot of people who want that. Because they took the original Demon Souls servers offline. You can't even go online if you get the game on PS3 anymore, unless you go on one of the weird current private servers where you have to put in some dude's ISP from the internet and hope he's not looking at your shit. Did I say ISP? I just meant IP. Whoops. Hold on 1 second, I need to grab a water, if I even have one left.
What is your opinion on Frenzy in Bloodborne? I am gonna be honest, it is annoying, lol.
Yeah, but that's also just if you don't get the Frenzy runes. Bloodborne, like I said, is more of an RPG than Dark Souls, so it's only as annoying as you want it to be. If you have sedatives and plus 500 frenzy resistance and you wear the best frenzy resistance armor, it literally takes like 25 seconds of being exposed to a winter lantern to actually frenzy you. And if you can't kill one in 25 seconds, then how did you even get to that point in the game in the first place? Sort of shit. I think Frenzy's bullshit. I do think it should be weaker so you aren't forced to put Frenzy on. But I also am an advocate of RPG mechanics, so I prefer the fact that there is an option to deal with it that makes it easy to deal with. You just have to be willing to go out of your way to get the gems that, or not the gems, the runes that allow you to do that, if you know what I mean. How do I get out of here, by the way? How do I get out of here? Every wall is every hall is a dead end. Every hall is a wall. Yes, sir. Is it back this way? Oh my god, I'm freaking out, dude. Found it. It's just like people who struggle on Bloodstarved Beast and Bloodborne. They either don't know how to dodge to the left or the right, or forgot how to wear different armor. Because really, the amount of poison he puts on you is a joke compared to the amount of frenzy that you get applied by things like that. Oh my word. Where is salvation? I need to get out of here. This place is a meltdown on my brain. I just have no idea. Where am I going?
Antidotes exist, so BSB shouldn't be too hard for even new Bloodborne players.
I don't know, he was the one boss that I personally never struggled on, but then I went onto the internet and saw several videos of people who would spend like several hours on him and would be like, Bloodborne, rage quit, blood-starved beast, and the thumbnail would be like the dude's face going like, ah! And I'm like, dude, they're like way worse and
LOL,
way more annoying shit. Because they just don't know how to dodge to the side. They just do this and dodge backwards 40 times in a row. And Blood-Starved Beast just goes in a straight line and hits them with every single swoosh, 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 swoosh. And they just die and get poisoned. And they're wearing the hunter's armor that they get from the sewers because their fucking chat or whatever, or someone in a video told them to do that. And they don't buy the Yarnum hunter armor from the shop, which has like triple the poison resist on it from the start of the game, and makes him trivialized, which you don't even need that. That's just something you can get that makes it even better. Now hold on, I wanted to see what path I didn't go on. That was the only path that I was missing to get out of this place. Oh,
Amelia messed me up first playthrough. She forced me to learn to stick to beast enemies' backsides.
the only part of Amelia that ever gave me trouble was that one attack she does in her like second phase, where it's like the jump with the delayed scratch on the ground after. That shit used to catch me all the time until I just learned to not dodge in that direction. But I never really had a problem with any of the beast bosses outside of Dark Beast Parl. Parl was the first one who gave me trouble because I encountered him at a really low level, and I also wasn't using a big weapon or a serration weapon, so I did fuck all for damage to him. But then I fought the one in the Chalice, and I was like, oh, the one I fought in the base game was like a haha funny joke compared to that. The Lauren Silver Beast that you fight on the third floor of the lower Lauren Chalice is so much worse. I think he is probably one of the hardest bosses in this game. What boss should this be again? This should be...
That Torrent Beast was hard for me too in the Lauren Chalice.
This should be Celestial Emissary, right?
His combos were so fast and hard for to read.
Oh yeah, he's another pretty hard one. Sometimes he's hard for me, but then I'll have a lucky run where I just kill him in like less than 30 seconds, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I did different. Just somehow every single hit him in the head, and then you get the visceral, which then he sits in that recovery animation for a while. You hit him like twice, his arm breaks, you hit him in the other arm, that arm breaks. And it's just a chain reaction until he's at like a quarter of his HP left. That's what I did to him yesterday, because those were the chalices that I was doing the other day. This should be Celestial. Yeah. Otherwise known as I get R2'd for lots of damage.
Damn you. No, he got me out of that. Don't do it. Oh my god. He's actually rinsing me. I can't remember. Can you parry this guy? No. I mean, I can... No, but you can use it every so often to stagger. Blunderbuss. The most underrated weapon in Bloodborne. Even I underrated it until I was like, finally on this playthrough, I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to start using the blunderbuss instead of the pistol. Just to see if there were anything like that's decent about it. So far I found that the blunderbuss is literally like, not only is it so good for close range parries, but it's also just so good for certain bosses and enemies. You hit them for a good chunk of damage, as well as stagger them and knock them back. And it can hit multiple enemies. Like if you're dealing with like a group of spiders or a group of dogs, one shot from the blunderbuss and all three of them will be on the ground and you can get a second to heal.
I think I still underrated. I've always used the pistol. I should try it out.
It's not actually that much slower, contrary to what some people say. It's got almost the same reaction up close. The difference is the projectile speed is much slower, so parrying at a range is almost impossible. But for parries that are up close, which most people do with the pistol anyways, this is better because even if the shot partially misses, it will stagger other enemies around them. See, that's what I was talking about with that. Just super close range, just blast. But everything it staggers. Like that, with a huge stagger on them. Like, pistols don't do the stagger thing. And that is something I never realized, because if you're behind an enemy and you can't close the gap to get a good punish in for that, just shoot the blunderbuss and dodge in, because you don't actually, you don't consume stamina when you shoot the gun. Which is something, again, that I never really factored into how the weapon could be so good. Because you can go like this, attack, attack, and then shoot, and recover stamina while doing the shooting animation. And with certain weapons, you can actually recover enough stamina after one hit, after a one bop, to shoot almost instantly and continue attacking. And that, you can infinitely stun lock an enemy doing that. At least as long as you have bullets to waste. But that's a problem that a lot of people run into, and I find myself with the blunderbuss actually using the bullets for more than just... Stop dodging backwards. Where did you come from?
was gonna say, the god tier with the blunderbuss is getting a multi-parry. Parrying 2 enemies at the same time. Ludwig's rifle is overrated in terms of the shotgun part of it. Because that one, the bullets are too close together at too close of a range to actually be a good shotgun. Not that it isn't a good gun in its own right. It's good if you want long range staggered, because it's basically a shotgun, just long range. But the blunderbuss is better for what you will regularly be using it for, just because of how the pellets work. And again, a lot of people don't ever use the gun to finish off or kill enemies, which I always consider a huge waste of potential. Especially when in dungeons like this, the game will spoon feed you bullets to just waste, pretty much. And you don't need a lot of blood tinge to make it work, because the base damage isn't what matters, because each pellet does the base damage. That's why the weapons look like they have such a low base. But that's because each pellet does 50. If you hit with all the pellets, it's 50 times however many pellets hits. Not accounting for damage resistance, of course, so it's not going to be, like, ridiculous. Damn it. I tried to swap the camera at the last second because I wanted a parry to get some health back. Just like the pistol, though, it can miss at close range, and on certain bosses, it's almost impossible to use. Like on Martyr Logarius, you can't parry him in the second phase with a blunderbuss. You have to use a pistol, because the blunderbuss pellets will just go around him. At least in my experience, that's what kept happening to me. Are those things weak to arcane? Yeah. Ooh, and there's the Tomb Prospector. No, that's foul play. That's illegal. Did I not get the Augur of Abretus? What the hell? How did I miss it? Isn't it in the lecture hall?
Yeah, I am the little chest. In.
How did I miss that?
Or was that a call beyond?
I think I have a call beyond. Yeah, I have a call beyond. I also have Black
Pretty sure
Sky Eye.
that's the Augur.
The Augur is the tentacle one. With the hand. A call beyond is the star explosion. Black Sky Eye. That'll work. Hello? No, you little shit. It's alright, those give shitty blood gems anyways. It's not bad.
That one female hunter with the call buying in Bergenwerf was so annoying my first playthrough, lol.
Yeah, she got me too on my first playthrough quite a few times. Now I just know to just never let her have an opportunity to do that. Just use your gun, because you can just stun her out of it with one hit.
I was partying at the time, so she wrecked me a couple times. Hurry.
So one of the only benefits to the Wheel of Fortune is that you can change its elemental type. I always fall off there. I don't know why. You can stand like right onto the side of it and it won't hit you. Let me... Hello? Game? There we go. Greedy grubs. Let me guess, this is a haha funny, but remember liar. Yeah, exactly. There ain't no invisible walls here. There ain't nothing here. What are you playing currently? Are you still playing through Bloodborne, or are you done with it? Did you ever do the chalices? Because I know a lot of people who played Bloodborne but never did the chalices.
No, I still play Bloodborne.
Yeah, it's a game I do a playthrough of like once a year. And every single time I do it even faster. Without even trying to, it just, I know where to go easier. How to get stuff faster. And
I am going through the chalices. I've finished all the main one the game has. Now I am going through the player-made ones.
oh, they aren't player-made. You can make them too. Oh my god. I forgot how shitty those things are. They induce a stun lock you can't actually get out of. Those little beams.
RIP.
It's whatever. I didn't even know where I was going, to be honest. Why did it jump? I wasn't even running. There was no way I could have been running. I was hit stunned. This was a mistake. I don't need more triangles. Love the wheel. Just aesthetically, the wheel actually kind of sucks. No. How did you get my souls? What the fuck is this? Nightmare. Reeks of nightmare. What are you, a fucking World of Warcraft mage?
How much replay value Bloodborne has.
He's casting his arcane blast after his arcane missiles. It's not fair, dude. I'm a warrior. I only get auto attacks. I don't even have any cool skills besides to do this. And there's nothing it can do about it. It just gets R1 to death. Oh yeah, Dark Souls 3 is so much easier, dude. You can just run up to an enemy and just go, you're done. You don't exist anymore. Come here, Wolfie. Whoops. The elegance. Oh yeah, just... Game's so hard. If that was a Lothric Knight, I would have had to be dodging every 3 seconds at a bare minimum. Because it's just R1, R1, R1. Step. A couple steps. R1, R1, R1. R1, R1, R1. Step, 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 step. Block. R1, 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 R1. And that's fighting a Lothric Knight in DS3. And I was saying it from the perspective of the Lothric Knight. Because they don't do anything other than that. Very rarely will they use the frickin' weapon arts, which again is a system that only benefits the enemies because they can just use it indefinitely, whereas the player has a limited amount of them. Because of focus points. You're not focused enough, idiot. Be more focused. We didn't want to call it mana because we don't like magic in our video games. Even though From Software made like classic RPG games that had mana and HP and spells and stuff like that, we're not about that anymore. That's what Kingsfield and fucking Shadow Tower, so many of their old games were like traditional style RPGs. Eternal Ring, which was a PS2 launch title in some places. If you haven't played Eternal Ring, you can actually get it on PS4, and it's a decent old school From Software game. If you want to get a taste of what From Software used to be pre-Miyazaki. Because ever since he came along, that company has not made anything other than those styles of games. Except for, like, Monster Hunter Stories or something like that. Or some weird side game, which was, like, a port of an already existing game for another platform or something ridiculous like that. Ridiculous. Whoops. Well, I needed blood bullets anyways. The worst Souls quote-unquote game to come out recently is probably Code Vein. Code Vein just forgot how to design a fun game. They have like a cool little opening sequence that like lulls you into a false sense of security about the game and its bosses, and then immediately it throws you into, I blow donuts and do poison AoEs. It's got the same problem with DS3 where it's like, do you know what the fuck a pacing is? Do you know what it means to have pacing in your video game? And not just go from 0 to 100 in literally one level? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Why is every single game nowadays about
I was thinking of getting it when it was on sale NGL.
Yeah, that's my mistake. That's what happened. I bought it when it was on sale over Christmas, and I regret doing it, because not only did I buy the game, I also bought the season pass, because I played the trial, and the opening level in the trial gives you an idea of, oh yeah, it's going to be a great game. But no, it's just shoved with mini boss type enemies that are barely little difference to one another, with the only redeeming factor of the game being the skill system, by which half of the melee skills and cool stuff in the game has zero tracking whatsoever, even though every single boss is a tracking nightmare, and you can't do anything in that game without something tracking you and hitting you. It's so annoying. It is ridiculously annoying. It is worse than the God Eater games, and people think that God Eater games are bad. Code Vein is a worse, game from that company. And I've only ever played one God Eater game before, but at least God Eater is, at least similar to Monster Hunter. That game is, it can't decide what it wants to be. If it wants to be a super hardcore third-person action game, if it wants to be the anime game of choice, or if it wants to be a tie-in to God Eater, but not actually a tie-in to God Eater, even though there is literally a God Eater monster in one of the cutscenes. The lead director of the game says no, it doesn't have any tie-in to God Eater. So what does that mean? The monster from God Eater that you put in the cutscene was you just being lazy and not wanting to design a cool monster for the outside world of Code Vein? Because I'll give you a little spoiler on how Code Vein goes. Code Vein's world is basically, it's a world that exists on a planet, but the area that Code Vein takes place is in a town called Vein, or a city called Vein. And the name comes from the thing that happened there, which caused a bunch of douchebaggery with relics in anime to happen, to not actually spoil the meat of the story. But basically, there's a giant red mist created by this guy who's shielding the entire outside world from, or not shielding the outside world, shielding them on the inside from the outside world. And the shield, towards the end of the game, obviously gets broken, and you get rid of it because you kill one of the last guys in the game who's doing the shield. And when the shield gets disrupted, it shows at the end your character's walking out into this other planet that is supposedly filled with God Eater bosses. Because apparently, again, even though they don't take place in the same universe, they do take place in the same universe. Because if you play the God Eater games and look at the map, there is a place called Vein, which is a destroyed remnants of a city, because God Eater takes place after Code Vein takes place chronologically in that world. The Vein, Code Vein, has already been destroyed and all the revenants are gone by the time that comes around. So, obviously, whatever happened in Code Vein was shit, because the player characters that were created didn't even have enough of an impact to exist in the game world that they come from, basically. I don't know. I will tell you this. Every boss in that game has an AoE. That is a circle that appears on their body. So imagine if you know how Dark Beast Parl in Bloodborne fights, or do you know like Nameless King in Dark Souls 3 and his lightning stomp on the ground? Imagine every single boss having a version of that, except for every single boss's version of that is slightly different and is worse in an arguably worse way the further the game goes on. So at like the beginning of the game, the first boss in the game does it where the character sticks their hand up in the air and then like clenches their fist and the AoE goes like poosh outwards. And then you get to the end of the game where it's literally the character does a half a second long animation with their hand and you have a circle underneath your character that blows up and does half of your HP bar. And not only that, he puts that circle underneath your character, but if you dodge toward him, he then puts an AoE on himself, which then the both of them can combo off of each other. So you could get blasted towards him by the first AoE, and then get AoE'd back outwards by the second AoE due to the stagger system being so egregious in that game. You get stun locked to death. In most cases. If you get caught out by 2 or 3 enemies, you just do get stun locked to death. I would rate Code Vein, if I was doing a game rating system, Code Vein would be like a 6.2 out of 10. It has a lot of great concepts. The core of combat is almost there. There's a lot of glitches with it though. And one of the major glitches with the combat in that game is if you get staggered while locked onto an enemy and you kill that enemy, but your lock-on is on the auto swap targets thing, your character's tracking will not continue. And as much as that doesn't sound like a problem, imagine in Bloodborne, you were attacking an enemy, you killed an enemy that you traded with, and the lock-on locked onto a new enemy that was behind you, but your character kept attacking in the direction of the enemy you just killed. No matter how many times you press the attack button, because your character isn't turning, your character's just going in a straight, stiff line, like you're playing... I want to say Monster Hunter, but even Monster Hunter lets you turn a little bit while you're attacking. It's just egregious. And the funny part is that your character has tracking on a normal basis. If you don't lock on, your character will turn seamlessly while attacking. But it just, whenever you're locked on and certain things happen in the game, it breaks your character tracking, and then your character is a complete and utter retard for 3 minutes. And it's just so annoying. That game, again, I will go back to play its DLC only to have completed it and seen what it is. Because even towards the end of my playthrough, I just started skipping the cutscenes, because I honestly didn't give a fuck. Even when I went through the effort to get the good ending, where you rescue all of the people and get all the memories and do all the things, to get the special good ending, I skipped through the cutscenes. The only cutscene where your character talks, mind you. Because I will admit it, and this is one of the reasons why I give it a 6.2 out of 10. One of the coolest things about it is imagine playing Bloodborne, but the entire game your character is mute. Your character doesn't say anything except for damage noises like they do in Bloodborne. But then all of a sudden at the very end of the game, the last dialogue line in the game is, "I won't let you hurt my friends." Or something like that. I can't remember. It's like some cheesy fucking anime ender, and it hurts. It actually hurts to witness it. If you played through the entire game up to that point, and then you hear your character's voice, which has not spoken to any other character the entire game, and all of a sudden it's just like, now I have a voice. It's like, how late in the game's development did they decide to do that? Because it's just hilariously out of place. Especially when you can't even see your character's full face, because in that game, 90% of the zones have this gas on them. So even if you spend a lot of time designing stuff on your face, you have to remember that half of your face is permanently covered by a gas mask. of which you don't get to design yourself. You pick from a preset list of 7 gas masks, even though there's 200 different color palettes for your clothing. It's utterly ridiculous. And no, there's no option in the options menu to turn your gas mask off. Like there is in any MMO or any RPG that you want to not have headgear, even in fucking Bloodborne and games like that, I believe you can even turn the headgear off. Well, not in this game, but I know in other games you can turn the headgear off. To be honest, come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen a bald head in Bloodborne. Unless the person was wearing, like, the Crown of Illusions or something like that.
Even Destiny lets you turn off headgear.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a first-person game where you don't even get to see your head most of the time, which is the even funnier part. It's just so that other people can see your head. Like, hey dude, look at my character's stupid face. It's like one of those people in VR chat with an anime thing that whenever they want to do a specific face, they have a button bound on whatever controller they have, and it holds up like 2 fingers and the cheeks get red with the tongue hanging out and stuff, and it's whatever it's called. There's like a term for that face in Japanese. I can't even remember. It starts with like an A. I've seen people talking about it in YouTube comments before, because someone will post a comment and they'll have an avatar, or they'll have a picture as their avatar. What was that? Hold on. I need to look at that in the chat. Whoa, controller. Ooh, saved it. Caught it in between my legs. Hey, gal. If I say that, is the YouTube algorithm system gonna be like, hey, dude, watch your language. Watch where you're pointing that thing, sonny.
YouTube just smites you, LOL.
I don't know, some people get too weird with that stuff, man. That's why, like, halfway through my Code Vein playthrough, if you go and watch it, I wouldn't recommend it, but if you go and watch, like, the very first, like, 30 minutes of the first, stream of that game, I was originally not going to make a female character. I was going to make a male character. But I decided at the last moment, I was like, you know what? It's an anime game. You only get to do this once. So I made a female character for the lulz of it, and just made like a basic, I always referred to as like a Officer Jenny kind of looking character, just without the blue hair. Just in terms of like the facial structure with like the hair pulled back and stuff like that. Because I know Officer Jenny obviously wears the hat with the blue hair coming out the back. But just in the face. Looks like the anime librarian kind of thing. And literally within 5 minutes of having created my character, some weird ass dude comes by the stream and is like, show boobs. And it's like, am I like streaming to some illicit website? What happened? Like, what's going on? And eventually, like halfway through, I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking change it to the male
Emoji
character that I made.
features.
Because I had already made a male character which looked way cooler in my opinion. And I made it to more represent me, because I like making myself in video games, as weird as that is. I know a lot of people frown upon that, but yeah. Hold on, I gotta put on the clothing that I normally wear in this game. But yeah, it's me! No joke, this character actually does look almost identical to me in real life. If you look at my YouTube profile picture, that's me, and that's me. It's so close to the same, I even have the exaggerated laugh lines on the one side that I have in real life. Because that's one thing I always loved about Bloodborne's character creator, is the fact that you could individually design the sides of each side of the face, so you could actually make unique facial features that are representative. Like, that's how the laugh lines on my face are in real life. I have a very deep one on one side, and then almost non-existing one on the other side. The only thing that's not accurate about this is the nose, and that's because in order for the face shape to remain correct, due to the way that the face thing works, I had to make the nose wider. I have a smaller, like, more bulbous Native American looking nose, because that's really what I am. But this is the closest to actually looking like me of any video game that I've ever played in terms of a character creator. It's actually one of the reasons why I do come back to Bloodborne, is just because Bloodborne is one of the only games where I get to actually be me as a character. Because I have that same kind of beard profile when I shave it down and stuff like that. Like, it's really uncanny. I've had people, back when I used to actually go on Facebook, I had a profile picture on Facebook, which it still is to this day, even though I don't use it that much anymore, that was me from this game with one of the hats on, but it was a hat that I actually owned and had a picture of myself wearing on there for a while, and there was a good period of time where I would regularly swap in between the real version and the video game version, and then I just left it on the video game version, and people started to think that the video game version was actually me, which I thought was hilarious. Sorry, I was taking 5 minutes. Well, more than that at this point, because I have to put on jacket and stuff so I can go outside. But I don't know, I'm weird like that. A lot of people like making characters that they aren't, but I don't know. If I had the ability to exist in a world like that, I would like to try. And that's basically my philosophy behind it. But some people are like, have such low standards of themselves that they like playing as someone else because they don't feel like they would be able to do good if they were playing as themselves. When I was younger, like most people, I used to never think of myself as really bad at anything, because anything I would try to do, most people would just tell me I did a good job at it. So for a good while in my teens, I just assumed that anything I would do, I could eventually do it well because of learning. Not just like out of bravado, just I'm a good, fast learner when it comes to a lot of things. I grew up working on motors and stuff like that and taking things apart for the fun of it. So it just came naturally, I guess. Being a problem solver, that is. Of course, you make mistakes along the way. Like when you take apart a PlayStation 2 or a PlayStation 1, you got to be very, very careful that you do not touch the fucking area where the power supply is, because if you put your finger anywhere near one of those capacitors that store energy for when the motherboard turns back on again, you'll get fucking zapped hardcore. And I got zapped several times taking apart PlayStations. PlayStation 2s specifically. There's a reason why on old thick PlayStation 2s that don't have the power supply with a proper housing in it. It's just like an exposed power supply. That shit's not dangerous, but it's dangerous if you go to take it apart and you don't know what you're doing. You will get zapped and that motherfucker will hurt. That's why power supplies and things like PS4s, although they're proprietary, they have plastic shielding around them, so when you go to take it apart, you don't have to risk accidentally touching a part of it that's still live. Even when there's no power to it, power supplies have a thing in them that keep power. That's why you need to be an expert to take apart a power supply, but you don't need to be an expert to do motherboard stuff. Like to do reball solder points and stuff like that. All you need is practice. Really, it's just a practice thing and learning. And once you can do it, you can really do it to anything. Because even old electronics, new and old, all operate the same way. In terms of how, like, boards are manufactured and stuff. The only thing that has changed is the amount of stuff on a board. Modern boards obviously have a lot more chips and a lot more stuff going in between the chips so they can communicate through bridging chips and stuff like that, like a North Bridge and stuff like that. I know I keep saying stuff like that, but there's so many things with modern computers that are small, especially proprietary consoles like PlayStation 4s and stuff like that. As much as PC gamers don't respect console gaming, if you're a techie, you have to have some amount of respect for video game consoles, because it's not about the fact that the tech is massively outdated. It's more about the fact of how you arrange that outdated tech to actually make it feasibly usable. And there are things that you have to, like, respect about that process. And PlayStation 4 is way more ergonomically designed than an Xbox One.
You understand how badly I wanted to take apart my original Xbox to try and make it actually read my discs as a kid.
And I'm not trying to, like, start a console war or anything, I'm just purely talking from a design perspective. You look at someone take apart a PS4, almost everything inside of a PS4, top to bottom, looks like it was built specifically for that. Discs. Whereas, like, you take apart an Xbox One, and there's so much dead space in it. There's just air space. Just nothing. And it's so much... It's not ergonomically designed in the sense where it doesn't make use of everything it has in it. Xbox 360s were the same way. Same with the original Xboxes. Original Xboxes, Microsoft actually skimped out so hard that most old Xboxes from the 2000 era actually won't be able to be used pretty soon, because they used these weird faulty capacitors on the motherboard, which after about 15 years start to corrode and leak their battery acid out onto the motherboard, and that corrodes everything and ruins the entire console. Like, completely makes it unfunctional. And most of the time you can't even repair it when it's gone through that much damage. Again, I'm not a person who likes to take sides or be a console war kind of person, but most old PlayStation 1s still work to this day because they didn't use cheap capacitors or anything like that. The only thing that ever goes in an old PlayStation 1 is the fuse that's around the power supply area. There's this like little metal fuse thing, and that thing bursts if the power like gets too, if it gets like a surge of power, just like anything else. But you can just replace that by buying the fuse of whatever code or whatever lot number that specific fuse is. I know, because I used to replace them when I was like 10 years old. I had 2 or 3 PlayStations that we didn't get them individually. They were given to us by other people who, they were junk, or they thought they were junk because something got spilled on them, and I would just take them apart, just clean them up with a toothbrush and some rubbing alcohol, and put them back together and just would see if they'd work. And a lot of the time, just doing the alcohol rub, like taking it apart, dusting it, replacing the fuse and stuff would make most of the PlayStation 1s just work again. But Xboxes are a whole nother beast. Especially original...
So many of my old consoles.
Original...
PS1 and 64 GameCube, PS2, but the only one that just doesn't work is the Xbox.
Yep. You probably had the faulty capacitors in it. Like I said. And that just ruins it. Eventually, there will come a point in the future where if not enough people go, like currently right now, if not enough people in the next 2 to 3 years don't start opening up their old school Xboxes and replacing the capacitors, probably around 90 to 85% of them will be gone from the trade. They'll just be gone, erased pretty much, because the motherboards will become so faulty that you can't even repair them without using like exposed copper lines and stuff like that. To completely bypass sections of the chip that have become completely inoperable. You'd need like custom chips for it as well to replace ones that have gotten fried from battery acid leaking on them. Or could be potentially damaged. I wouldn't say fried. It wouldn't fry them directly unless you tried to run the console with it like that. Because once it happens, there's no going back. It's fucked. Xbox 360s with the red ring problem, although everyone always talks about that, but PlayStation 3s also had overheating issues. But that was more due to the fact the way the heatsink was designed in PlayStation 3s, they'd get choked up with dust within several months. And if you never took the thing apart and cleaned it, they would get 1,000 degrees instantly, and they'd sound like jet engines. It's kind of the same thing with PS4s, but PS4s are a little bit better in that regard. But if your PS4 is getting abnormally loud and you've had it for a year or two, I always try to tell people, look up a bunch of videos on taking it apart, get a T8 screwdriver, get some thermal paste, not because the thermal paste will help it cool better, just because you always really want to be replacing the thermal paste whenever you have to separate a motherboard from a heat sink. At least with modern stuff. With PlayStation 2s, for example, PlayStation 2s didn't use thermal paste, they used thermal pads instead, which last a lot longer. So PlayStation 2s, again, won't ever have like thermal issues for like 20 to 30 years, because they have these incredibly long-lasting thermal pads on the chips inside of them. Kind of like the thermal pads you find on RAM chips in the current model PS4s, which was funny because Xbox used to not even put pads on their RAM chips, and it was actually one of the causes of red ringing on Xbox 360s and stuff, because they didn't thermal pad.
My PS4 is in desperate need of it then.
Xbox 360s were horribly designed as well. Like, original PlayStation 3s are at least
makes
salvageable.
It sound like a race car.
Yeah, but certain games will do that. Like, games like Monster Hunter are known to make a PS4 pretty loud. But my friend Hyro, the person I've mentioned like 2 or 3 times, he had a PS4 which sounded like a jet engine for like 2 years. Every time I would be in a party with him, it actually caused me minor ear damage in my right ear because of how many times I would be in a party playing with him, and it was just in my fucking ear with his PS4 in the background. And so my right ear has slowly been recovering from like mild tinnitus. And he has tinnitus as well from being in the same room with it for like 2 years straight. And he finally cracked and cleaned it out 3 or 4 weeks ago, and now it's dead silent in the background. But you need the tools to take it apart. I would highly recommend a pair of needle nose pliers. You need a traditional Phillips screwdriver, and you need a Torx T8 screwdriver. Because they use different kinds of screws on the inside. And when you get to the heatsink, what normally ends up happening is the dust has matted over the vent, like where the slats in it are. So there's no air actually passing through the heatsink under huge load, which is what makes a console heat up even when not being used that much. One of the ways that you can tell if your console is having heating issues is if you play a game that does make the console loud and you go onto a loading screen and the console stays loud through the loading screen. If the console goes like, and then when the game actually starts rendering again, then it goes back up, then it's probably fine. It's probably still cooling perfectly fine. But if it like stays pretty much high-pitched the entire loading screen, then that means that it's just not cooling efficiently. Because mine is like that. Whenever I play Monster Hunter, when I'm in like a Stera or doing a hunt, it's not loud, but you can see the air coming out the back of it because I've talked about this before. I have these curtains on the wall, and the way my PS4 is angled, when the fan's actually blowing at high speeds, it'll make the curtain thing like riffle a little bit. Like with Bloodborne right now, the fan's moving at such a low pace that you'd have to be pretty much putting your hand right up against the back of the console to feel the heat coming out. Because this game doesn't tax the console hardly at all. But I have a PS4 Pro, so it's kind of different. But yeah, the fan is hardly moving at all. But I take apart my PS4 pretty much every year. So even this PS4 Pro, I took it apart a year after I got it. I'm just like that. Even though I'm also the same kind of person who's panicky in that regard, I don't want to break my only one, but I also have a lot of confidence in my ability not to break something. I've done enough shit with consoles and computers that I know what the breaking point is for a lot of things. Like, one of the hardest things when taking apart a PS4 for some people is getting the fucking power supply cable out of the little thing where the cable attaches. That gets stuck in there from being heated up a bunch of times, and the only good way to get it out is to take a pair of needle nose pliers and like get the pair of the needle nose just on the part that's on the inside, which is like a tiny little bit that's exposed. But you just do that and then gently grab and sort of just rock back and forth while pulling upwards. I've seen people rip the fucking cables out. I've seen people break the cable completely off. I've seen people break the connector off the motherboard too, which that one's even more of a pain in the ass because depending on how it breaks, it may or may not be easy to fix. If the solder is the part that broke, then you can just replace the solder, but if the plastic broke at like the bottom lip area, then you have to get the whole new piece for it, which normally requires you having like a donor motherboard. that has that slot on it still. Even if you live in a really clean house, too. If you're a super germ and dustophobe, the PS4s will still build up a lot of dust on the inside. What model PS4 do you have? Do you have a Slim, an Original, or a Pro?
I have the slim one that came with Uncharted.
Oh, that's a good model. I've never really heard about any people complaining that that PS4 gets super loud. I mean, the fan will definitely kick up, but, like, I know what a loud PS4 sounds like. I've seen PS4s because of my friend Hyro and other people who had their PS4s for like 5 to 6 years without ever opening them up. I've seen what they sound like when they're like on their absolute limit. And plus, PS4s are kind of ingeniously designed to not allow the full heating that the computer is actually capable of. So a PS4 will trigger automatic shutdown at 70 degrees Celsius. Which most modern computer hardware and chipsets can easily be heated up to 80 with no critical failure. You wouldn't want to jostle the computer around at 80 because you might cause some solders to get knocked loose, but yeah, PS4s can't even heat up to what a normal computer would heat up to when it would thermal throttle. So PS4s don't thermal throttle. They just shut off when they get to a certain temperature that's above 60. Or not above 60, sorry, that's near 70. Normal operating temperatures for a PS4 that's running fine is anywhere in between 37 to 40. So that can give you an example of how much leeway that is. But your console isn't going to feel that hot. Because if your console felt that hot, that means your heatsink would be working properly. And your fan wouldn't be moving hardly at all, because all the heat's dissipating naturally. More so than, like, when I'm playing Bloodborne right now on my PS4, the fan is hardly having to move, because the heat sink is so effectively sapping the heat away, and it only needs a little bit of air to clear that heat out. Whereas if it was all blocked up, then it would need a lot more air to clear that heat out, so the fan would be active more of the time. Because the fan, it's no different than a GPU on a computer or a CPU on a computer. The fan scales with the usage. How hard the console is being taxed equals how fast the fan runs. And, well, I shouldn't say how hard it's being taxed, how hot it's getting from being taxed. The hotter it gets, the higher the fan goes. But if the heat demand isn't that high, then the fan goes down. That's why on a loading screen, fans naturally will go down, and then the second you're out of the loading screen and you're looking at the game again, the fan immediately goes way back up. with some things like Borderlands 3 having random graphical glitches that cause PS4s to spontaneously have their fan go on like the highest RPM. And I've had that happen with every Borderlands game on my PS4 Pro. The game at normal running speed, playing through 90% of the time, will just be at like a moderate fan speed, but there will be a random time where it's like you shoot a bullet really, really close to the camera, or like close to an object or something, and all of a sudden you just hear the PS4 go and my PS4 will do that when playing Borderlands probably 2 to 3 times a play session. It's one of the reasons why I don't like playing the game, because it's so unoptimized.
That happens to me a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not your console, that's just the game. That's just the game. It's kind of bad in that regard.
Every once in a while the game will just crash, literally just die.
Yep. The only game that I've never really ever had a problem with, that only has crashed for me once, and it was when I was viewing guild card times, and I'd gone through like so many pages that the game had just like cataloged a bunch of internet bullshit. So it wasn't even like the game crashed, it was more so the internet part of the game got overloaded and the game crashed because of it. Because that's actually what happens when a game crashes a lot of the time. It's actually due to the internet part of the game, more so than the actual game itself. The 343480 or something, I can't even remember. That one can be an internet or a memory related issue, or both. It can be a memory-related issue caused by the internet. Sometimes it can even cause the PS4 to black screen. The store will do that sometimes. Almost everyone I've talked to has had the store black screen their PS4 at one point or another, or give them an error issue where it like puts them back to the dashboard, and then the dashboard is like really fucking laggy until they restart the PS4. Oh my god. I always get hit by that attack. Yeah. I don't know, it's weird. I have 2 level 50 Moses in that game. And when I first started playing that game, I was like,
Hunter, I have it, but I gotta sit down and get into it.
I can help you if you want. And I don't mean that by using like cheap gear and like co-oping with you. I mean, I can help you use the weapons or understand stuff about the game better. I'm going to be playing that soon, actually. Not tonight, specifically, but... Well, actually, I might after I'm done streaming Bloodborne, but it won't be on stream. Just because one of the most recent patches, for whatever reason, made the game run so much better on my PS4. I don't know what happened or what changed, because I even checked the patch notes and nothing talked about a performance upgrade. But yeah, the game just runs so much better on my PS4 now, it's ridiculous. It actually runs at 60 most of the time, which is just jarring to me because I'm so used to the game running at like 45 to 50 frames a second. And only running at 60 frames a second whenever Lunastra does her giant fire AoE. for whatever reason, that makes the game go really, really smooth. But I always enjoy that, because too many people get locked into one weapon in that game, and I really feel that that game excels better when you just use what you come to like in terms of the variety of weapons. Like, I personally don't like the dual blades, and I don't like the glaive. Mostly because they give me carpal tunnel trying to use them, because they're just so all over the place and button intensive. I prefer things like the hunting horn, the great sword, the hammer. I use pretty much all the weapons in the game though. I use switch axe, charge blade, sword and shield, long sword. I can tell someone how to use bowgun, but I don't personally like using bowgun. I find it to be very boring. Oh my god, I keep getting hit by that at different times, dude. Oh god, I'm getting frenzied. Hopefully that doesn't frenzy me. Please don't. Please don't.
I got the regular version without Iceborne though, but I heard Iceborne made the game really good.
Well, you kind of need Iceborne to get to the actual end-game content. There's a lot of stuff in the game you don't get to experience without Iceborne.
Yeah, but that's what I did. I didn't know though, but that's how little I know about Monster Hunter LOL.
No, that's the hug. I don't want hugs. Ah, the king. Such a good weapon. But it's also, Monster Hunter is one of those games where it's a game that, if you've played a lot of them, it's a game that is like, I'm repeating myself. I say that in both a good and a bad manner. I say that because a lot of the games don't have a whole lot of original content in them. Like Rathalos is Rathalos. And he's been Rathalos since Monster Hunter 1 on PlayStation 2. The intro cinematic of the PlayStation 2 version of Monster Hunter shows a Rathalos and has the same exact music that you can hear in Monster Hunter World when doing the Zora Magdaros quest. It's just a remixed version of that song. It's a very, I guess you would say, heritage-oriented game. A lot of the stuff kind of expects you to know it, but the game also has a lot of tutorial in it, and anytime there's a tutorial that's on screen, you can go back and look at it in a menu. And the game does explain most stuff pretty well. There are a lot of things about the game which can seem a little bit cheap at face value,
But a lot of those things are partly to do with its weird and archaic way of controlling the character. Not archaic in a bad way, just archaic in a sense where there's no lock strafe. Like, your character just free runs, and there's no real lock-on system. There is, but the lock-on system is kind of bad, and I would highly advise against using it, as much as you're probably used to using it in games like this. Just don't. Just turn up the camera sensitivity a little bit, and then go into the camera options, because there's 2 pages of camera options in that game. And go to the second page of the camera options and change the camera distance to far. So you have the widest FOV that you can get. It's basically a FOV slider. It's just not called the FOV slider, and it's not a slider. It's just 3 options: close, normal, and far. But it's better than not having an option to zoom the camera out a little bit. Souls. Oh yeah, I need to repair weapons.
Is Monster Hunter Super co-op heavy? I haven't really gotten into the meat of the game. I am still at like the beginning where you don't real.
No. Monster Hunter World is actually the only Monster Hunter game that is not designed to be co-op heavy. In both a good and a bad way, in my opinion. It's kind of like Borderlands now, where it scales based on how many people are in the group. Except for initially, and this is how it used to be, in Monster Hunter World Vanilla, when the game first came out, pre-Iceborne, if you had a group, 2 players was like having 4 players. So, having 1 extra person was a detriment because playing by yourself neutered the boss's HP. Playing multiplayer was 2.6 times the HP, no matter how many players. But with Iceborne, they introduced the boss's scaling to how many players are in the group, so it has 2 and 3 player scaling now. Or at least 2 player scaling. I don't know if they did 2 and 3 player, but I know it has 2 player scaling now. For sure. Plus, when you're playing by yourself, you have your Palico, which heals you, or does other things as well. He doesn't only have to heal you, but that's just the most common and obvious best choice when you're going through the game. I don't know why I keep going to that vendor. I'm sidetracked by talking about Monster Hunter. Two blood rocks. Alright, now I think it's time for the Gare boy. I did all the chalices. Yep, it's time to whip the final boss to death. No other weapons. This is whip only. And parries.
Good. Now you knew from the...
I almost clicked X on that.
Dear, oh dear.
I would have literally pressed the home button and closed out of the game immediately.
Or the horrible dream. Oh, it doesn't matter. It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes. Tonight, Gammon joins the hunt.
Gammon. You bastard! Stop doing that. Oh fuck, I forgot how much tracking that has. Ow. Fuck, dude. Shit. Ooh. Come on, bust me, dude. Show me how to bust. No, that has such a big AoE, I forgot. I'm such a noob. You got me. That's such resin. Don't you do it. Nerd. Can I stop missing? I'm an even older man than you. I'm fighting with my cane. You could learn a little something. Youngins like you don't deserve to be the last boss. Don't do the fly in the air shenanigans, please, bud. No, that... Whoa. Oh, we got bust. Sent to the oblivion by the bus.
yeah, that's right. Oh. I wasn't looking at the health.
Are you cold? Oh, good hunter.
You weirdo. Speedrun to Cleric Yeast. Good. All signed and sealed.
Good. All signed and sealed.
You play through this game too much, kiddo. You need to settle down.
Whatever happens to the doctor?
That's what happened to him. No, I got hit twice? I would have been... What was that tracking? Just die. Instead of me being an absolute noob. I miss Yarnum Skip. It was so nice for NG plus cycles. Also, if you didn't know, this hat has physics. For whatever reason, and this is the only place in the game this hat with physics on the ground exists. But it has physics. And there you go. You learned something. Every day. You just didn't know it would be about hat physics in a video game. Pertaining to only one hat in the entirety of the game. That was supposed to be a jump attack, but I failed. Now I'll show you speedrun strat. Don't pick up this item. That's a strat. Also, don't pick up this item either. You just come down here and you just hug left wall. This is a shad? No, never mind. It's not a shad. Is this the shad? Yes. if you're starting out the game and you want to do a run where you don't go to the Hunter's Dream, like I did when I started this playthrough, this is the skip to do so you can get the shortcut. You won't have a weapon at this point in the game if you do that, though. And you need to make it to the sewers to get the saw spear off of the body in the sewer. And then if you want to go super hardcore, you don't go back to the Hunter's Dream and get your gun. You just beat Cleric, Beast, or Gascoigne with just your weapon. But that is like super ballsy and super hard to do. But yeah, you'd basically go there and then you'd run straight that way because that's the way to the sewers. But in this situation, I'm going straight to Cleric Beast, so... Angry. No, he got me in the grab. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. So I can just turn around and R2 you. What you doing? Chicken shit. Let's kill these double werewolves.
Gotta go, good night.
Have a good one. And like I said, let me know if you ever want to play some Monster Hunter.
ILL probably be playing tomorrow or Tuesday. ILL message you if you're not streaming.
Yeah, if you catch me earlier than like this time. Then that would be more optimal. What the fuck was that? I took so little fall damage for that, whatever I did there. What? What? Can I hit? What is with the hitbox on this thing? Gascoigne can be pretty rough in NG+. Stop just standing still in front of me like that? Do a move that I can parry. He knows I'm baiting.
What's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
had a feeling that that would happen. I'm stuck, and it wouldn't let me dodge past him. I wasn't even trying to dodge backwards. I was just trying to dodge to the left, but it just wouldn't let me dodge out of there for whatever dumb reason. God damn it. Where am I going? No, I fucking pressed left, but the cocksucking camera turned. That's how it should have went the first time, but I got stuck on a dang... whatever the hell I was even stuck on. It didn't even look like anything.
you're a backdrops. What? Oh, take this.
Oh, excuse me. Damn it.
You there? Hunter! Didn't you see the warning? Turn back at once. Old Yana, burned and abandoned by men. You are a skilled hunter. Adept, merciless. Half cut with blood, as the best hunters are. Which is why I must stop you.
Can't get that. Why did I get that? It's a rifle, spear, charred hunter armor. Come on, climb with me, dude. I didn't get this on the last playthrough, so. What the fuck? No damage. Again, I can't believe that there are people who, like, struggled to the point of rage quitting the game on that boss. When that boss is literally all you have to do is pick a direction and go in it. And nothing else really matters. Just pick a direction and go in it. It's so easy. A caveman can do it.
Hello, good eye, honorable, and you will twin. Very well, let me.
Booga booga.
No, we gotta get arcane up there. Hold on, actually I want to put on a weapon that actually scales with arcane, just so we can get an idea of how much we're getting.
Farewell, good admin.
No.
Welcome. Very well. Farewell, good admin.
Blunderbuss gets to join the ranks of the +10. And I don't +10 very many things that are ranged weapons. Oh yeah, I wanted to.
Roll the dice. It's like, yeah, you're gonna go into the save edited chalices.
But there's nothing quite like going into a chalice that you know no one else has gone into. There's a certain sense of fear involved in it. Not quite like literal fear, but just in what the shit arrangement are you gonna see? Are you gonna see something that's incredibly rare that doesn't show up very often? Like, what the hell is this? Is that a chest? No, never mind. My brain was playing with me. And I was just fucking around. Shit. I'll be right back real quick. It just goes in circles. Didn't I leave a bunch of bullets? I guess I picked them up. Trusting myself. Oh my Lanta. You got me. What in God's name is that? Who the fuck is this clown? Never seen that fucking guy. He had the church cannon. Another one? This is an insane chalice so far, in terms of the amount of hunters in it. I've fought 3 different hunters. 3 witch saw spear hunters, 2 Canehurst hunters, and then 1 Gold Ardeo hunter, as I'm going to nickname them. Oh yeah, and the 1 Tomb Prospector guy. I didn't even pull the switch because I'm an idiot. That's... I can't imagine if I had set this to a cursed chalice, if I would have gotten the same RNG with the same fucking hunter fuckers, because that would have been a nearly impossible chalice to clear without just parry spamming every time a thing gets anywhere near you. And even then get one shot because you traded when you parried.
Welcome home, good hunt. What is it? Very well. Let me stand close. Now shut you. Farewell, good May. Welcome. What is? Very well.
Why is it not letting me recover? Get me up! Motherfucker. Jesus Christ. It was like... It would not let me do any inputs there for like a good 10 seconds. Holy fuck. I didn't even notice the hunter until the last second. Jesus Christ. God, I hate these dogs. They have the most bullshit hitboxes. Just stop. Stop. You can't be serious. I can't even attack them. Stop. For fuck's sake, Jesus Christ. They're one of the worst enemies in these chalices. You're better off just running by them.
Holy shit! Wow. That dog just died to gravity. Poor doggo. Doggo, no. No! No, not these fucking things again. One down.
couldn't even recover before that thing on the ground hit me. I suck at dodging that. Suck at dodging that too. I don't think I've ever dodged it once. He was really the last boss? That's weird to me. I was figuring like a Breedis or something, but no. It was the thing that I avoided and why I didn't place a Thumerial Chalice was so I didn't have to fight the Thumerians. But yes, no matter what Chalice you place, you have a chance of fighting the Elder apparently. It's alright, it's the Descendant that I hate. The Elder's not that bad.
Welcome. Very well.
Wait. Has the starting zone always had a little bip like that? is everything so weak in here? Yeah, what the fuck? Why is this counted as such a low level? What level was that? Yeah, it says it's a depth 5. But that's a save edited chalice, clearly. Something glitched out about it. Ducked donk. Yo, I'll do your chalice, bro. Consider me down. I'm down with that, dude. I'm so down. There's no up around here, only down. Get down. Come on, soul brother, get it up now. Oh, soul brother, get it up now. I'm sorry. Cursed lower Lauren. I'll lower my Loran. Onto some spam. Yeah. You never heard of that dish called Spam Yamagoon? It doesn't exist because I just made it up. Because why would it? Cursed lower Lauren. Yo, dude, this place is cursed. I'm getting some massive heaves from this place, yo. Like, whoa, massive heaves. Whoa. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, Mr. Quabs? Hold on, I just want to see what an enemy hits like. I just want an enemy to just like slap me. No. That thing is of the devil. You need extra people to deal with that thing. Otherwise, it's just a 1 in 50. It's like a 1 out of 3 chance you actually get there before you get nuked. 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 Why do I say it like that? Nuked. Nuked. I can't not say it like that. I don't know why. Nuked. No, this is Ratland. Rats. Rats. We are the rats. Stop perfectly spacing yourselves, motherfucker. They're just perfect distance for the fucking thing not to be able to hit both of them. Always, wow. The second you press the button, one of them gets an input to come attack you. It's fucking ridiculous. So never press the attack button more than once, ever, when fighting anything like this. See, they just keep spacing themselves out perfectly so that they both can't be hit at the same time. Like, stand next to each other, motherfuckers. Jesus Christ. You know what? Honestly, it's not even worth using that most of the time. It honestly makes them harder to deal with when they are just crouching all over the place and they don't stand still. I wonder what the boss is. I'm gonna lose to it anyways. Oh yeah, I'm super dead. I hate that. I hate defeat. Son of a bitch. I'm probably gonna die to that like 30 times in a row. He could just do that and kill me over and over and over again. And there'd be nothing I can do, because I have no idea how you're supposed to dodge that. Even if you somehow manage to dodge before the projectile hits the ground, if you do not, like, frame perfect dodge the initial part of the explosion, the secondary AoE part that goes out will hit you and it will still deal most of your health. Because those things have like multiple hitboxes or a long-lasting hitbox. Stop firing the gun. I'm not... Press the options button, motherfucker. What is wrong with my controller? There. Trying to pause the game with gloves on your hands is one of the hardest things ever. Not pause the game, but at least put the menu up so my fucking character doesn't keep shooting and attacking. I like doing random chalices in this game, but that enemy right there, that one that spawns the frickin' things in, are super annoying. Not even just because it spawns the things in, it's more so because the mechanics of it do not function like they do in the rest of the game. I hate, as anyone who has watched me for any period of time knows, I hate that the most about video games. When they set a rule and then they're like, oh yeah, we're just gonna chuck that rule in the dumpster for the rest of the game. You have a boss version of it, which apparently is weaker, and not as good as the normal Chalice enemy version of it, which just has them summoned all the time regardless of your insight. You're required to see them instead of them being like an added difficulty thing. It's that odd temperature out when it's cold where it's too humid for ice to freeze in the air, but at the ground level where the ground was still frozen and it's cold, like an ice pack, all the ground is like, has this light layer of frost on it. Which isn't even snow, it's just the cold from the ground coming up to the surface, but the air is too warm, so the little water particles are freezing as they hit the surface, or connecting to it, I guess. Because it's really, well, it's not really humid, but it's humid for it being winter time anyways. Anything above 50% is above average. Normally the humidity around here is about 20 to 30% in the winter, and it's super dry. You go outside and it's windy and your eyes will start to water if you go for a walk or anything like that. If it's windy, it's really bad. And then the frickin' sun reflecting off the snow being even brighter than it would be if you were in the middle of the summer. People think like yeah, the most intense sun does come during the summer, but people also forget that in a snowy environment, you basically have a you basically have a white reflective like layer over everything, and it makes anywhere you go stupidly bright, and it's how you get snow blindness. It's where the term even comes from. Some people who live in the South think snow blindness is like a joke and doesn't exist. But it is actually a thing. If you go outside in a wintry environment for too long, you'll get snow blindness. It's not like you lose vision permanently, but it can have lasting effects on your vision if you stay outside in the winter for long extended periods of time without eye protection or some sort of UV protection. Which is funny because no one treats it that way. Like, you don't see people around here in the winter walking around with sunglasses on. Even though there's arguably more of a reason to use sunglasses in the winter than there is during the summer. You don't have summer blindness or sand blindness, because that still has enough color to absorb stuff. It doesn't just reflect everything. Whereas you go out on a sunny day in a freshly snowed area, and it's just a bunch of tiny little reflective sparklies on the ground. You go inside to a like moderately lit environment, and it will seem kind of dark, and it will look all pink. That's what snow blindness really is. I had it really bad when I was young, where it lasted like 30 minutes. And I thought there was something like it was gonna be permanent. But no, I had just been outside for 3 hours on a bright sunny day in the middle of the winter. Sledding. No eye protection or anything on. Because again, most people in the winter around here don't consider the winter the same as the summer, so no one wears eye protection. Even me, I don't wear sunglasses when I go outside. Just because snow blindness is fart? I almost combined the word fun and part together, and that's why my brain did that, but it's kind of the fun part about living in a winter environment. You come inside after being outside for like 30 minutes to an hour, and everything that's white looks pink. All lights look like a slight pink hue. And it eventually just goes away. And your vision returns to normal. It's just because you get basically oversaturated with UV as it gets reflected off the snow. That's why when people say that the sun in the summer can damage your eyes if you stay outside for too long, I tend to think that that's so bullshit, because you get it way worse in the winter. If you stay outside for the same amount of time in the summer than in the winter's sun will be way worse on your eyes. It's not double the UV, technically speaking, because a lot of the light is still lost, or else it'd be like looking at the surface of the sun. But it's enough that, again, there is a condition associated with going outside during the winter that makes your vision pink. So, you don't have that happen when you go to the tropics and you're on like a sandy beach. You don't go inside or get in your car or something and see everything is like light pink. Or if you do, you probably have vision or a problem with light sensitivity, which doesn't have much to do with you actually being outside in the sun. Snow blindness is even worse for people like me. Like when I was a kid, snow wasn't as bad to look at, but like now as I've gotten older, if it's sunny out and snowy, I can't even look at the ground. My astigmatism makes it just bright streaks on almost everything. Any corner of a snow mound where the sun is reflecting off of, it's like looking at a shiny piece of metal. I have to like avert my eyes. And I still haven't got the prescriptions that I'm supposed to get. Mostly because they're gonna cost a lot of money, the ones that I want, because I want them to be the ones that change color depending upon the environment.
No! He would have killed me anyways with that. No! Damn it. No! I sounded like a dog just then. See, that's what I mean. You never want to be in that medium area in front of him. I hate those summons and my cursed chalices.
Oh shit! God, this sucks. Oh! Just get me the fuck out of here. Just don't even. Fuck you guys. I hate those things. Eat shit. And die. No, there's one of the fireball guys. This is bad. I'm gonna spawn a bunch of those frickin' tick monster things. You get over here. Oh cool, I can get him without... Nope, never mind. He saw me. He's just a wise old wizard. Only attack when... Oh my god, he's gonna use me. The fireballs are so good. Stop.
Nice. Now let's go kill those. Get sticked. Is that a... Yeah. Bonus ducks. That's 60,000 blood echoes in there. Why is there red there? Hi. How's it going? I'll show you the easiest way to kill these ones, because unlike the Cannon Bros, they don't have a ranged attack. Hi. That hit me. That hit me. That's a ouch. Don't do it. Don't do it. I love you. You're my favorite. He's like, you're a liar. I know you're a liar. No, I just want to pop your knees it. Just let me pop your zit for you, bro. No, you didn't let me do it. Damn it. I should have just killed him like I did the other one. I don't know why I was fucking around. No, he got me with this fucking falcon punch. Falco punch! Falcon punch! I was destroying them too. It doesn't matter. Gunkle dunk, gunk, 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 gunkle dunk. You can't do that. You can't snipe a brother off the beginning like that. You can't do that to a brother. Brother. No stompies. No. No, he got me. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Stop. Don't stomp. No stomples. No, he got me. He got me. I had him, but he got me. If only I was better at the game, I wouldn't have put myself in the corner. Says everyone online who plays Dark Souls, but in actuality, there's no one who plays it. .420 blaze it, and it's fire damage too. Smoke the fire blaze pit. Ganja Lord. Don't do it. Don't make me do it to him. That was a mistake trying to heal then. No. No, I parried again, but I can't follow up because this fucking jackass. Jesus Christ. Get over here. Come on, I know you see me. Doesn't matter how many it takes, as long as one works. And I got all my bullets back anyways. Again? The teleporting into that attack is one of the worst. It's so hard to turn fast enough and react to it. Oh, God. I hate that combo. It's designed specifically to make you dodge early so you get hit by the fucking third one. Because if you get hit by the first 2 hits at all, the first hit guarantees the second hit, so that then if you tried to press dodge to dodge the second hit, the third hit hits you guaranteed. Oh, it's so fucking annoying. I hate the Thumerians are the worst. The most annoying bosses in the game are them. I somehow managed to die in almost the exact same spot I died in the first time. Fuck. That shit. Get your fucking Haviland out of here. Yeah, you got me with the same fucking combo in the same way. Because it's so rigged and so horse shit. I hate it so much. The same thing happens every time. I get hit by the first hit because there's absolutely no telegraph on it. The second hit locks me in place because I tried to press the dodge button. The dodge comes out. And then the third hit is perfectly timed to roll catch. Perfectly timed. It's so fucking aggravating. Most of the beast bosses in this game are really fun to fight. With the exception of, like, Lauren Dark Beast. And the Chalices. He's the only one that's just, like, hyper bullshit. Damn it. That's gonna hit. Good riddance. Jeez, why did you have to be the end boss of 2 random chalices I made in a row? Hey, at least you gave me a blood rock. Nice. I've got so many blood rocks that the actual problem that I have now is I don't have enough blood chunks and twin bloodstone shards.
Welcome. What? Very well. Farewell, good hun. Welcome. What? Very well. Farewell, good hunter.
Plus 65 arcane scaling? Hold on. There's no way that that can actually be good, though. No way. Wait, what shape was it? Was it a triangle? S scaling. It's actually better. Because it also adds fire attack too. Wow.
Oh, I forgot to put gems back in Ludwig's. Just a gemstone I don't need. I don't know why I came this way. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a second there. That sucks. And I think that's going to be it for me tonight. I'm getting really tired. I stood up and I almost fell over. Sorry. I don't know why I'm saying sorry. I was saying sorry because I sounded so disingenuous there, but it was just because I was like... You know how when you sit up really fast and the whole world becomes like really freaking weird. Like you can't even explain that feeling you get sometimes, like lightheadedness. But it's like more than lightheaded. It wasn't like I blacked out or anything. That's whatever. I'll be back. Have a good one.